Hello, hello. Audio test. Audio test. Seems good. Okay. Yeah, last time I attempted to play more of the Minecraft Evergrowth map, and I ran into a very strange bug, which made it unplayable. Well, virtually unplayable anyways. I think technically if I never made a mistake, then I could have kept going. But that seems unlikely. um But yeah, it should now be fixed. Or rather, it's not fixed. But I got a command that will fix it. Should fix it. I was able to ask the developers for some help. And they seem very confused as to what happened. Brightness moody. These resource packs don't really matter here, but I did upload the new update for Fractures 3D and stuff. So that's good. Is this just like a bug in this version that it holds on to that last button you pressed? Specifically in here. That's strange. Swords for everyone. Wow. But yeah, so still bugged, as you can see. Because it's just a command, I figured I would run it I'd run it on stream. All right, I guess there's entities here that let you sit. How strange. But yeah, so this. Yeah, the developers have never seen this bug before, so it's probably unlikely anyone else would run into it. But if you do, there we go. that fixes it, seemingly. I only say seemingly because, you know, I don't know. I don't know what else could potentially go wrong. Have I not read this? I guess. Oh. I the hint lever on. I was wondering what all those question marks were. Yeah, I think I completed this. I believe so. Yeah, so I guess I got up here. Oh, and normally you're not affected by those entities. Game was like real bugged there. Yeah, so I guess I got up to here and I was kind of looking over. And then I didn't look any further. I do want to turn my cape off, because the skin isn't really designed with the cape in mind. My curiosity got the better of me. I opened one of the crates of supplies. I just had to know what was in it. It's axes. Just regular lumber axes. Not just one or two, but dozens. Each new box I opened just revealed more of them. Mundane and yet so fascinating. Are they trying to chop down the tree? Surely not. They seem to revere that thing. Even then, the amount makes no sense. Right, so what is this? Oh. There we go. I see. Magnets. Big door. So if I... yeah. Um... Hmm... I think... no. This piece of ice is obnoxiously well placed. Mm. Hmm. Yeah, that doesn't work. There's no way for me to get on the other side of this once I do that. Oh, but does that idea even work to begin with? I don't think so. Well, maybe. I wanted to have I wanted to use the crate to stop. I wanted to use the light crate to stop the heavy crate from sliding. I think basically the setup I'm going for is heavy crate here, and then just push the heavy crate here onto here. But that is difficult to set up. Or maybe I'm just overthinking it. Well, okay, no. So you have to use the light crate to stop this here. I guess you can do that, but then that gets pushed over. Grr. How do I separate these? Yeah, I can't walk through this, of course. Oh. I did forget to start recording. Oops. Well, I haven't really done anything. I put in this command to fix my inventory issue. Oh yeah, I did do this puzzle. Let's see, that was just... What was that again? Wait, I think it was like that. And then you push that down and there. And then do that. Yeah. And then there was this. My curiosity got the better of me. I opened one of the crates of supplies. I just had to know what was in it. It's axes, just regular lumber axes. Not just one or two, but dozens. Each new box I opened just revealed more of them. Mundane and yet so fascinating. Are they trying to chop down the tree? Surely not. They seem to revere that thing. Even so, the amount makes no sense. But yeah, so magnets have been introduced, and then I have been up here. Oh. So I did have the right idea, but then... How does this work? Why must they do this? Maybe that? No. So actually it needs to be that. Well, I guess not exactly. See, but then that's just gonna get pulled back over now. Oh, wait. Um, it's okay if this gets stuck against the wall. Kind of. That's obnoxious. Oh, how I wish it prioritized the magnetism. Well, now that's not very helpful. What does this want from me? I think this much is probably correct. Once I get pulled down here, I believe they're just stuck. I don't think there's anything you can do. Oh my goodness. I'm good at this. I know what I'm doing. Okay, I guess let's run through everything again, because I wasn't capturing the correct screen. Okay, I left off here. This is the command to fix the inventory. My goodness. Only 30 minutes in. I did figure it out eventually, at least. Okay. Third time's the charm. My curiosity got the better of me. I opened one of the crates of supplies. I just had to know what was in it. It's axes, just regular lumber axes. Not just one or two, but dozens. Each new box I opened just revealed more of them. Mundane and yet so fascinating. Are they trying to chop down the tree? Surely not. They seem to revere that thing. Even then, the amount makes no sense. Okay, so this first magnet puzzle. Push the light crate over there, and then you do that. And then you do that, and push it there. Push the heavy crate there. And then wow. It's like, I guess I should also show what happens if you just, like, I don't know, push it there. And then yeah, I've been trying to figure out this one. So with the stacked crates, they get unstacked by the magnet. I do that, and then it gets pushed over there, and then it's just stuck. Doing something like that is potentially okay. Except not really. Oh. That's something. I didn't consider the ice block there. And then this... What do you mean now it cares that there's ice there? So it does prioritize the ice physics? I'm so confused. Or the magnet physics? I thought it prioritized the ice over the magnetism. Yeah, because if I do that, then it slides over. That's so weird. See, that just... I at least understand how it works, but it feels like a inconsistency in mechanics. That like if the magnetism is gonna be stronger than the pull of the ice, then I would expect it to just stop here over the ice. I don't know, maybe that would make this puzzle in particular impossible in some way. Not that I know what exactly I'm meant to do here. Okay, well maybe... Maybe I can use that to my advantage. There we go. Okay. That is quite bizarre. Now what does this want? Oh. I didn't notice the hole there. Okay. Interesting. How is this possible? Well, so if I do that, yeah. Okay, first of all, I don't think this is how magnets work. I suppose none of this really is how magnets work, to be fair. Sneak rate. Yeah, that doesn't cancel it. Okay, well I guess if I do this... Oh. Yeah, it lets me push that there. I feel like the magnet pushing things away is harder to work with. Oh, it's just that. Nice. Wait, how is this supposed to work, actually? I'm just gonna recomplete that. It feels like you're meant to get to that secret from that hole, but I don't know if that doesn't look very possible to me. Were these doors open before? I don't think so. It's been a while since we've talked. I know things are busy since you became inventory manager, but you really shouldn't forget to take some time for yourself. I'm in the cafeteria every time at lunch. I'll make sure there's some extra coffee ready. Join me when you have the time. Leah. Secret. Oh yeah, this is one that I was trying to figure out. If I tried that. Okay, what is the setup that I need to happen? I need a metal crate here and a metal crate here. first of all, this needs to happen. Actually, I can push that over there because that crate doesn't matter anymore. So this just goes over there. Right. The wooden crate is still important because of the ice. Okay, so I push that to the side. I need the wooden crate here to stop this crate from sliding. I can't push either of them without pushing both of them. If I push either of them, or well, both ways that I can push them, it's messed up. I guess not necessarily. I can do that. Is this workable? It might be, actually. Yeah. There we go. Okay. That's the one. That was the first complicated magnet puzzle I tried to do. After this one. You know, I wasn't capturing the game at the time, so... Came back and figured it out. Saw that coming. Interesting. If I push that there, then it's just gonna get stuck here, and then there's not much I can do with that, but I can push this over here. And I can push it over there. Push that there. And then I can push that here, or I can position it to be where I actually need it. And voila! That's fun. Is there anything that I've skipped? I assumed I was going to be immediately making my way down to here. See, I remember this. I need another piece to be able to do that puzzle. Oh, did I read this? Peak heat engine has already happened. It's all downhill from here, at least theoretically. Nicholas Carnot's heat engine achieves the highest thermodynamic efficiency of any heat engine. As for practical use, the isothermal process is far too slow to be of any value. As Schroeder puts it, don't bother installing a Carnot engine in your car. While it would increase your gas mileage, you would be passed on the highway by pedestrians. On thermodynamics, 3rd ED. I did read this. I remembered it eventually. Oh, that's something. I'm guessing I already completed all of this stuff. Yeah, I believe this was the starting area. Oh! And this isn't... I see. This isn't someplace I'm heading to. This is someplace I've already been. That's interesting. Okay. Now, the fact that it doesn't just go all the way over and fall makes me think that doing that is potentially unwise. I don't know. I don't know how I would get anything stopped there. First of all, what is the goal here? I think it's just this, which I was going to say seems easy enough, but honestly seems a bit difficult in of itself. I can do that, but, you know, then it's just stuck like that. I guess I can do that. Then I can do that. But then... oh, I can push that over and do that. What did that open? It didn't give me access to that. I need 3. Or do I need 4? Hmm. Yeah, it looks like I need to do a similar thing. I don't think there's anywhere the blocks would drop down from. I want that secret. Hmm. doesn't work. I don't understand. Wait, that's a slab, isn't it? So I only need 2. That that makes more sense. So I need 2, and then maybe a third to position them correctly. Trying to think. If I get them here, I can push them onto this line. But then how do I get one here? page flipping sound. That page flipping sound is satisfying. Let's see. Oh. Oh wait, no. There's a block there. So yeah, I was right in thinking that that's not an option. I can't push that. I don't think that does me any good. I mean, that's kind of interesting. I'm so close. I just need a block there or there. if I were to push a block here, I could then push this into it. And then I could push it across to here. Which is almost good. But this block is stuck here. And there's no connection. If I could just push these two to these two blocks I'm standing on. I could just push them. Oh, didn't mean to do that. I could just push them one to the left. Or if there was a way to stack a block on top of this one. That may be worth looking into. I mean, you can put a block here. Would it be possible to get one of these blocks over here? But then where they end up going is very important as well, of course. I think by default there's a block here, so you would be able to stop it here. Push it over here, but then that's too far. Oh wait. Push it over here. No, that's ice. When you push it over, I think, does it get stopped here? So yeah, that... I don't think that's helping anything. That just slides over. It doesn't go there. And yeah, there doesn't really seem to be anything you can do with this one at this point. It'd be lovely if this let me push. Are those mud bricks? I think they are. This feels like I'm so close, yet so far. It's interesting that there's a stair block there preventing me from pushing. Could potentially push a block right here, but I think that's just useless. I don't think that accomplishes anything. Am I overcomplicating this? I mean, not necessarily. I figured this is obviously where I want to push them. But if I can get 3 here, then that should let me across. Unless this is taller than I'm thinking it is. Which might be the case. It does look... It is visually taller than a slab, but it's probably snow. So I think I can probably walk up that. But the reason I was able to get them all over here is because of taking advantage of both spaces, and when you get it here, you can push it onto here, which is not true in reverse. Tricky, tricky. It's interesting that I can push things from here. I don't know if that's significant at all. It could be. Doesn't seem likely. That doesn't do any good. That's kind of interesting, but I don't think that accomplishes anything. Just one more crate could make this so much easier. So I guess if I'm trying to go this way, the question is it possible to get the last crate to be here, to be in this line? I could go back to this one. I could get 2 crates stacked on here and a crate here. I don't think that does anything, but it is interesting. Maybe that's why I can't push from here. Because I could push the crate here to here, and then the second one to here, which would create a walkway, but then it would be stuck here anyways. This is hard. If I put a crate here, then I could push stuff over to it and then over here, which I don't think would get me anywhere, and I would be stuck because of the crate here. Oh, that might be something. I guess that's try it first. No, I don't think this is. Also, yeah, that just doesn't work. I was thinking I could push it over here and then push it into that, but then that's just on this line again, which doesn't help. This one would have to be the light crate, so I can push them both. All of this for one single collectible. My goodness. I want to get it though. The simplest answer seems to just be getting 3 in this line. But it's not exactly very simple. I'm struggling to see any way of making that happen. I mean, like, if you could get one of the crates right here. But that's not how that goes. push from here either. Oh wait. No. That's so mean. It's like they play tested the map a bunch and found all of the possible ways of getting around their puzzles or something. Like, I swear, if the solution here is just have a fourth crate, that feels less interesting. I mean, it would be, I'm sure it would be a challenge in its own right. But it's like there's two possible solutions if that's the case. Because I could just build my 3 crate bridge this way, or I could do the 3 crate bridge with 2 here. So it feels more likely that the puzzle is just involving the 3 crates. I just need to think of how I can get all 3 crates in this line. It doesn't seem crazy on paper. And if I could stop them here, then that would allow me to push them onto this block. Or if I could stop them here, either one. If I could push from here, no, I don't know if that actually gives me anything. I only need 2, I'm pretty sure I only need 2 here in these tiles. The one here is just to bridge across, but maybe there's another way somehow of achieving that? doesn't seem like it. If I push them here and then push them across, then they just get stuck here. Which this doesn't work for anything. Because if I'm doing any pushing down here, then I obviously need to get out. I need to be able to get out. Which is a similar problem for putting 2 crates here and potentially pushing them from this side. So even if this is not blocked, I can't get past them. So how do? I think it's kind of stupid how many possibilities a 4th crate would open up. You know, I could simply just do this method to build 3 this way, or I could push 1 here and then push the 4th here. Then I'd be able to stand on that and push it over, as well as the other method that I named. Like, yeah, having that opening up like 3 possible solutions, I don't think there's a 4th crate. I really struggle to imagine that being what this turns into. And that doesn't seem like it makes sense. So when I push this over, yeah, it gets there and it slides across. Push it there and it slides over there. I feel like the light crate is potentially significant here. I don't think I've really used that for anything yet. This is so tough though, because like, I don't think that matters. The thing that I'm trying to do just seems impossible. The simple fact is you're trying to stop ultimately a single tile in this line a single crate in this line without using any other crates to stop it there. And I don't think that's how this is built. So it seems more likely that there's something else that I'm missing, a different potential solution that I'm missing. I just realized, do these stay completed because they're like frozen or something? Because I don't think these would stay completed before, but they were, I believe they were red. It's interesting. So I have the order wrong here, if this is anything at all. I think the light crate would need to be first. But is this something? I kind of don't really think so. if I could just stop this on this stair block, then like that would be it. You know, or just like somehow get this third crate over here. But when it's over, once it's over here, like there's nowhere you can push it. Um, in theory, if you got a metal crate here and a wood crate here, you could push those over and then they'd line up there. But once again, you would then be unable to get out. I think pushing them from this side just doesn't work. I just had a mildly obnoxious idea. Okay. Right, so it's stairs, so you can't push that off. That is shockingly close. I occasionally have the idea of like if you could just stack, if you could just get a tower of 3. But that still does not work because you again have the issue of not being able to get it on this line without having other crates to stop it. I've spent so much time now just staring at this room. Could potentially get the crates into this line from like here, I think. Maybe. But that of course, well, yeah, you're still left with the one left. I just don't know. Hmm. This is still interesting. Hmm. I might just need to give up on this for now. The only possible solution I've been able to think of is just get a fourth crate. And I still don't know if I can even walk up this like I think I can. It might be like one layer too high. That is possible. If it's snow layers, then, you know, it's shorter than it looks like, but it might still be just a little bit too high. But you know what? I just realized these flowers have the prismarine color shifting thing. I noticed sometimes they're green, sometimes they're blue, and I thought that was just like different flowers in different areas, but no, they're the same as the tree. That's fun. I swear, if the solution to this does end up being get a fourth crate, I think like this would have been a lot cooler. To push the final crate through here and then push it there. Well, actually, now that I look at this, it is designed peculiarly what is that word? Peculiarly to allow you to push a block down it. Did I read this? Probably. Yes. Oh yeah, so this one introduced crates. Oh. Is there any way I could get one of these crates? Sneak crate. Hmm. This specifically would allow me to push a crate over it. And I think the only way to get a crate into that area would be with these. Doesn't really look like there's any way to make that work. But maybe? Hmm. No, I would need 2 crates here and 1 crate here. Well, 2 crates in this line and 1 crate in this line to be able to push one of them. There's just no way for me to get onto that. Yeah, so that's the completed puzzle. Yeah, I don't know. It it doesn't seem possible to get a fourth crate. I may very well be missing something, but you know, I still find this very peculiar. It's so perfectly positioned to allow you to put a block there. But yeah, again, even if you were to do that, I still don't think it accomplishes anything. Ah, I'm sleepy. I can technically do that. That is interesting. Because everything else is so blocked off. Then both sides here. Allow me to push things over the side. I don't know if it's possible for me to get any of it in the middle. which is kind of important. See. Yeah, I'm doubtful I can take advantage of this. Yeah, very, very interesting that these crates are possibly accessible. So, like, I think I might actually be able to do something. Well, no, I guess not. If they didn't get unstacked there. Yeah, it does not seem to me. It does not seem to me like there's any other possible crates that you could get over here. Specifically in that middle row. Can't put a sugar crate over there. If there was another crate, I think it would most likely be from here somehow. And again, that seemingly would have to be this. But I don't see anything. Anyways, I'll move on from that for now. I'd like to revisit it another time. But it has me thoroughly stumped. Let's see, I did all of these. I suppose, is it time to move on from this area? I did these. Oh. Hey, there we go. You know, that's another thing that might be worth trying with the broken version, because I did save a backup. I believe I was in push mode. So, yeah, I was just right there. If I just go... Yeah, if I go over here and collect that flower, I wonder if collecting that would update my inventory and fix the problem. I'm not confident that it would. One of the possible solutions was to give myself an item to update the inventory, and then in doing so refresh it. But that did not work. So I don't know if collecting like an item properly in the map would have any different of an effect. Could be interesting to try though. Let's read through this again. It's been a while since we've talked. I know things are busy since you became inventory manager, but you really shouldn't forget to take some time for yourself. I'm in the cafeteria every time at lunch. I'll make sure there's some extra coffee ready. Join me when you have the time. Leah. Mr. Stone, a moment? Ah. Oh. There's a question mark. Mr. Stone, a moment? Ah? Of course, blank. Right? I've been kind of struggling with this map, like properly, I guess, predicting how sentences are supposed to be enunciated. I don't know if enunciate is the right word there. Anyways. Mr. Stone, a moment? Ah? Of course. Blank, right? Congratulations on your promotion, by the way. You've been doing a great job keeping us supplied. What can I do for you? I was actually hoping you could help me shed some light on those supplies. I'm not entirely clear on what they're being used for. I signed an NDA. It would be very helpful. Anything you can tell me. I should go back to work. To management. A. Bernard. February 21st, 1965. Subject: re-inventory problems. Some of my staff have relayed to me that Blank has been asking them about the goings on in the tower. They understand the rules and have not said anything, but I must admit that Blank has turned out to be more tenacious than I assumed. Signed, Dr. Stenham, head of R&D. Down we go. I recognize this area. Path opened. I guess if I was gonna get a fourth crate, it would theoretically be here, but yeah, I don't think that's happening. Or it could theoretically be here. But yeah, don't think so. This is interesting. Okay, so the objective is to get these uninterrupted over here. And I think that's gonna be more difficult than it looks. What if I do that? Yeah. There's definitely some interesting things going on here with this staircase. I'm not sure there's any option other than to do that. And of course the same thing is going to happen again. I can do that, but that doesn't help me with anything. Oh no, how long have I been muted for? I was talking, but not not to stream, it would seem. Well, I mean, you saw me go through and figure it out anyways. This is interesting. Feels like a secret. Okay, so that's an entrance. is ahead? Oh, now that's interesting. Oh. Brighten up. Oh. Wanna see what else is here first. To Dr. Stenham A. Bernard, February 27th, 1965. Subject re-inventory problems. I will have a chat with them. Continue your work. Signed, Management. That doesn't seem possible to get up. Thank you for joining me, Blank. You are the boss. If you call me, I'll be there. And if I ask you not to pry into company secrets, could you do that? No need to answer. I think I already know. Which is why I decided to give you a tour. A tour? Of the tower, yes. Please follow me. That doesn't seem suspicious at all. Yeah, I had a feeling. Okay, so... How are you meant to deal with that, then? Secret? Wanted to see if the music would start again if I walked through some rooms. It's probably just a bit of a timing thing, though. That doesn't seem like it can be correct. Or, well, maybe I gave up too soon. Because going over here in of itself is potentially significant. Oops. No, that doesn't work. Wait, is this purple? Because this is like kind of a purple magenta color. I wonder if this section is meant to be purple. It doesn't exactly look like it to me, but I'm a bit colorblind specifically for this. As far as I'm aware, it's like specifically for this area of color, of just like that kind of purplish blue or bluish purple. Anyways, what am I trying to accomplish here? I could push it over again. Oh, actually, that's kind of interesting. Well, if I could get another one here, then it would now get stopped by this. Then I could push that aside and then push it over. But that doesn't exactly seem very possible. If only I could do that and get this one over here. Doesn't really feel like there's any way of making that happen. So what is the objective here? Because it feels like this is the only position where you can juggle it around like that. If you push it here and push it over here, then it gets stuck in the corner. think it probably has to be this. So that's supposed to happen. But then what? The next logical thing would be to take advantage of that. It's just that there's only these two spaces. This is the only place from this side that you can push when it's over here. Which this is where it stops when you push it across the ice. You could technically push from here, but there's no way to get inside there if there's a block in front of it. But I can do this. There we go. I had the thought and I'm like, that works. Okay. Yeah, that's gotta be purple, right? I was so sure that was blue, but... seeing the color of that, and now having one of these filled in, I do think that it's purple. Interesting. Okay, so I want to get this over here. Put that there. Put you there. Or maybe not. So if I get a block, if I have a crate here and then I push a crate onto here, then I can push it. It's moving this way, but the crate there will stop it, so I can push it that way, and I can push the other crate that way. But how do I set that up to happen? a page. The efficiency of a heat engine is limited by the temperature gradient between the hot and the cold reservoir. For more efficiency, we must gain a larger temperature gradient. Moreover, it is limited by the temperature of the cold output reservoir. An efficiency of 1 can only be achieved if the output reservoir is cooled to absolute 0, yet this is impossible. Absolute 0 can never be reached. On thermodynamics, 3rd ED. Oh, that's the setup I wanted. There we go. I'm not entirely sure how we got there, but we got there. Bird. Hmm. Oh. Oops. Hmm. I think I want to do that. that doesn't work. Put that there. Oh. Mm-hmm. Can I push from on top of this? No. I didn't really think so. No, that doesn't work. I want this crate here, and then these crates here, and then I can just push. Let's read these. The bottom floors are nothing special. Office spaces, labs, all empty. They seem abandoned. What are these used for? Appearances. I don't understand. You like puzzles, don't you? Try to figure it out before we get to the roof. What happens after death? A philosophical question I am completely uncertified to answer. What happens before? Life, I suppose. Complicated in its own way, but understandable. Before that, we are nothing. Until at some point we aren't. We exist. And we will never return to that nothingness. Sure, at some point we die. Later, we will be forgotten by anyone living. But our impact on the world can never be removed completely. Adrian Bernard. Adrian. Is that the first time that name is revealed, I wonder? Let's Wait, no, not that. So I basically need to swap the places of these somehow? I'm struggling to see how that's possible. So yeah, I want to do what I just did, but in reverse. Just wanted to verify that wouldn't slide. if I did this, I can still push it off onto something. See, this is where I want the metal and wood crates. I just need the battery to swap places. And I don't know how to make that happen. Oh. That's interesting. So it pushes the bottom ones, and then the battery... It does move because the crate that it's on slides, but it doesn't move when they're being pushed. Oh, there we go. I knew what I needed to do, I just didn't know how to make it happen. That is very interesting. So much stuff over here. Yeah, I suppose this is where I'm headed towards. I feel like I'm missing context of these, but I guess I'll read them regardless. But what would happen if it is reduced? You would break a fundamental law of physics. No, there's quotations. Maybe I start with this one? I don't think so. But what happened if it is reduced? You would break a fundamental law of physics. That's when things get interesting. Let's see. I suppose the most important aspect is that you will have broken the arrow of time. Whatever that may entail. You mean time would stop? Not stop per se, just break. Like I said, things get fun. They don't get easy. You could even make time flow backwards if you wanted to. Not time travel, mind you, just backwards time. And how would a human mind perceive this loss of entropy, backwards time? I'm really not sure, but our brains are incredibly adept at establishing a normal, however weird it may be. So what? Wouldn't we notice it suddenly turned yesterday? More like quietly ignoring, I would say. Why wouldn't we? It's just today, much like every other normal day. So it could be happening right now? Maybe, but why worry? Doesn't today seem normal? There's definitely a page before that, but it doesn't feel like this one. But considering the topic, maybe it's supposed to feel wrong. I don't know what the objective here is. Well, there are these. Okay. That's not what I wanted. It seems as though wait, maybe No. I'm struggling to imagine what the goal here is. If I could just get one of these metal crates on this wood crate and swap these, then that would be perfect. But it doesn't feel like there's any way of doing that here. That's interesting. Hmm. If I could get these crates here and then stop them here. I would need this wooden crate here to stop them there, and then you couldn't move it. That just doesn't seem like a viable option. So you would then need the wooden crate over here somehow. They really like doing these very small area puzzles with just a few crates where it's like it seems so easy, but then it's like you'd start looking and it's like how. Like, this is the only area that I'm seeing. Where you can even push that off. The goal isn't just to push it off, it's to push it from this crate onto this crate. Like, I guess I can get on top of this and then push that. Well, I guess that is interesting. Because now it begs the question, well, no. What would happen if that moves on to that? Just nothing. Okay, that's interesting. But I don't think I can move this crate away. You know, I could do this and now I'm stuck. Also, I can't move that to the side, so that doesn't accomplish anything anyways. Feels like I could be onto something with that, but I don't know what. I can push it further. And then I can push those. Okay, so I can actually get it onto the wooden crate. There's just this other little problem of how do I separate these so that they're not interacting with each other. Okay, there we go. And there we go. That was sure something. So what is it, really? What is the tree? Patience, Blink. We're almost at the roof. Meanwhile, tell me your theory. It's not real. It can't be. It's growing on literal stone, but still seems healthy. It drops no leaves. So what is it, do you think? Do you know? Good. You're asking the right questions. Oh, goodness. What am I about to get into now? Well, I think I'm actually gonna call it there. I've been going for a good while. Oh yeah, and let's switch to just chatting. Oh, and stop recording. I think I'm gradually making less and less progress each time I play. But that does kind of make sense. It's a puzzle game, so the puzzles are getting increasingly more difficult. I think this was the longest I've streamed this map, though, and I really do not feel like I made it very far. But I got stuck on one thing in particular that I did not solve, and then a bunch of other stuff that I did solve. That was nice. That was good and lovely. Is there anything that I want to yap about? Possibly. Why does it say I have drops enabled? Maybe simply because I'm playing Minecraft. That tag isn't being displayed in OBS anyways. That has been a semi-regular point of confusion for me. If I do end up making a video out of this map, I think it'll be interesting to, you know, go through and put all of the story pages together one after another. I think I have like a general idea of what's been going on in the story, but it would be a little bit different to, you know, go through everything like directly one after another. At least on my end, maybe not necessarily in video format, but just for myself to get a better grasp on everything. But yeah, it's definitely a fun map. I'm glad I was able to sort out that bug, and I'm glad I was able to reach out to the developers, because that is not something that I was solving on my own. Because it wasn't just a matter of my inventory was empty. Because the way the map is designed is you have like a static inventory. You know, it occasionally adds new things, but it's not something that you can interact with yourself. So if you try to grab anything, it immediately like just deletes that and resets it or whatever. And anything you can interact with, like the hint lever, that might be the only thing it. I imagine it does that by grabbing it, and then it immediately again deletes that and replaces it with a different item, which in that case I think it's boots. I think you're technically wearing some boots. But yeah, so it being like a static inventory that's supposed to, reset on its own and everything. Broken clocks. Yay. Yeah, that makes it quite tricky when those functions stop working as they're supposed to. But yeah, thankfully the devs were able to help me out with that. Right? The makers of the map. I think devs is accurate. It's definitely a very technical creation. It's not just the building or art. A lot of unique mechanics went into it as well. It's really cool, by the way, that things like this are possible in essentially, just in vanilla Minecraft. Like it is, you're just downloading a map. That's all you're really doing. It has a built-in resource pack and a built-in data pack, I imagine. And that's it. The only the only external thing you're downloading is the resource pack. The map itself is, you're downloading something pre-built, but then of course it's everything that's present there is existing blocks in the game, and then all the data pack functionality exists in the game itself. Data packs are just telling those behaviors to function in different ways. I don't know. I think that's cool. I think it's fair to argue that data packs are not vanilla, but they are much more vanilla feeling than, mods. Where you need an entire separate modding API to make those function. And I do think Mojang are heading in the direction of data packs being the official modding API, where eventually we'll be able to add items and blocks and entities. And yeah, I don't know what other kinds of limitations might still exist with that. I don't know if it'll ever be like fully customizable to the point where you can add literally whatever you want. But I feel like it's already like doing pretty good. You know, people do add custom items to the game. You just need the resource pack to make it function. And that kind of feels like the biggest difficulty with making data packs a modding API is the resource packs. I don't know if there's any possible way to make that like more built in as well. My voice is feeling a bit rough. Yeah, I don't know if there's any possible way to make that more built in. Like, one of the cool things about data packs, again, it's just telling the game to behave in a different way. And so the data pack is like server side, basically. You know, it's not client side. Whereas most mods and resource packs and most mods, maybe I should say, are client side. So with data packs, you know, it's just on the world. And, you know, if you have that on a server, then it is affecting the world directly, and anyone else who joins, it's just part of the game. It doesn't, you know, they don't need to have anything. But resource packs, if you want those unique textures to be working for everyone, then everyone needs to have the resource pack downloaded. So it'd be really cool if they could make the resource packs server side as well. I don't know if there's a more proper way of saying that, but you know, if you could make the resource packs somehow built into the game, like you're just telling the game what colors to use and where and at what size. That would be just amazing. You know, I think you would still want to have client-side resource packs. You would definitely still want to have client-side resource packs. But being able to have them just built into the game, so it's just part of, you know, a data pack that's adding new items and blocks, like that would be a major step towards a modding API, and a built-in modding API. And actually, I wonder, because games have modding APIs, and how do those work with servers? Like, you know, Hightail, I know, is kind of building itself around modding. The modding tools are super expansive, and everything they basically like they build the game with the modding tools that are available for everyone. But yeah, there's like a kind of a marketplace of sorts for mods, which I believe are entirely free, at least for now. I don't know if that's ever going to change. But yeah, so you can install mods onto your server, and then I guess in that case, it can just be set up to have whoever joins have to, or like automatically download the same mod. I don't know. Yeah, there's definitely ways of going about it. I mean, at the very least, you know, you just at the very least you want that same option that servers have of prompting anyone who joins you to download the resource pack. It's being used for the data pack. Currently, that is only a thing for servers. Well, I guess I'm getting a bit ahead of myself with that because, yeah, I don't. So you can have resource packs built into maps. I don't think you can have them built into data packs. So that needs to be a thing that you just install the data pack and then it automatically, well, but yeah, no, then I guess there's the issue of it being server side, which does not apply to resource packs. So yeah, there needs to be at least the ability to like prompt people to download a resource pack like servers can do. But if they could do something, if they could set up something even better, an even better system for that, then that would be cool. Let's see. Chaos Cubed comes out in a few days. That's exciting. I think I should go exploring in my world when that happens, when that comes out. I don't know. I don't know where I can expect the upcoming autumn forests, the dappled forests to generate. I imagine it's in colder climates because it is a cold biome from what we've seen. Which does make sense, you know. Fall season is transitioning into winter. Um, but yeah, I've largely been avoiding cold areas in my world, so maybe that's kind of fine as is. But yeah, I can also look into resetting chunks that I haven't interacted with, and I'm already considering doing that for Chaos Cubed. Because it's very possible that I've already explored areas that would have sulfur caves in them. I wonder if there's anything that will do that like automatically for you. You know, it'll look for specific biomes that you're wanting and then find what chunks they should be and then, you know, check if you've interacted with that chunk at all. That'd be interesting. Well, I think I'll call it there for today. Or, yeah, I already said that. That'll be all for today. Well, let's see, it's Saturday, I believe, so I should be back on Monday. We'll probably play Hollow Knight. Oh, and then the following stream will be on my survival world in Chaos Cubed in the new drop. But yeah. I shall see you later. Farewell.